I'm live.
What's that noise?
Huh?
That noise. Oh,
It's just loading. That's weird. I got a thumbs up and no bit. Oh, there's my viewer. Good morning. You're the first one here. Oh, don't leave me. Everybody must be sleeping in this morning. I ain't got no. Oh, there's one viewer. Hello, one viewer. Welcome to the Big Larry Show. I am live. Figured I'd get on here and do a morning show. Say good morning to me so I know who you are. Even if it's you, Stinky, you could say good morning. I don't think John's at the McDonald's this early, so it ain't John. Is anybody going to at least say good morning to me? Think I got me a summer cold. Or it's the smoking. Well, that viewer's been there for 3 minutes. Still ain't even said hi to me. Say hi to me, viewers, for I see who's viewing me. I'm doing good. I'm doing real good, Rudolph. You're the first person to say something this morning. Good morning. We're doing good. We're doing good. I think by now everybody should have heard the rumor that Alice Hilton's names were in the newspaper last week for back taxes. So, my opinion, the countdown has started. He still owes 2023 taxes. Another 5, 6 months, he's going to owe the 2024 taxes. So he's in big trouble. He's about ready to lose these places. Well, he owes them about $2,000. So no idea how he's going to pay. I mean, he could probably take the rent money that he's getting and pay it. But then he's not going to be able to pay his phone bill, his light bill, his water bill. He's got all them other bills to worry about. He ain't worried about property taxes. He thinks they're just going to hold off forever with for him. He don't know. They don't. This is not Ohio. He sure in the hell don't know no real estate law down here. Real estate law is different in every state. Within 2 years, the state's going to come in and take that place from him. They're going to auction them off. I think they said he had to April 2025 to pay everything up, or they're going to auction them. I made a few phone calls, let a few people know. That way they're saving their money, getting ready to buy some properties. Yeah, J Dubs is hanging out at the McDonald's to get online. Surprised J Dubs didn't go down there to live with Vaughn. Yeah, I think Stinky's gods are on vacation. Because he sure ain't been doing nothing for him, has he? 8 viewers, 4 thumbs up. I was trying to get on with Windstream this morning, or whatever they call that. Yeah, they're all on vacation, Rudolph. Stinky's gods are on vacation for the whole 6 months. They said they worked hard. They're taking a 6 month vacation from him. I do have a few things. I was going to try to go live. I was going to try to get Marshall to come over here with me, but I couldn't. Oh, StreamYard. That's what I was trying to set up. Tried setting up StreamYard this morning. I couldn't figure it out because I was going to try to get Solar Marshall on here today. Wife's getting ready to go to the church. We got a lot of rain yesterday. Today looks like it's going to be a nice, beautiful day. It ain't bright and sunny, but it's sun's up. It looks like we're pretty cloudy, so it's light outside, but it ain't bright sunny. Welcome to Larry's Sunday morning wake and bake, people. Nothing like waking up and doing a baking. First, I got to figure out what I did with it. Nothing like waking up to a fatty in the morning. Nothing like a good morning hit. Good morning, Jeffrey. Well, it ain't bright and sunny, but it is daytime and it ain't raining, so that's a good thing. We had rain all day yesterday. Oh, I bet it is. Yeah, someday I'd love to take a trip back to Florida again. But I'm going to have to be like Stinky Von Hilton. I have to wait till I hit the lottery. Yeah, I think once I hit that lottery, I'm just going to pack everything up, put it all in a shed somewhere or a storage unit, and me and the wife's just going to travel all the way across the United States for the rest of our lives. Oh no, he ain't got 10 years. They gave him till April. He better look in that newspaper. And if he waits 10 years, how that's what, 20,000? He ain't never going to have it. Even if it did go for 10 years. That's $2,000 a year. For 10 years, that's $20,000. Vaughn, you can't even come up with 2,000. How are you going to come up with 20,000? Oh yeah, we paid to have it put in there. Yep, we paid the newspaper to put it in there. Like his was the only one there too, wasn't it? Nope. Well, we know his words ain't no good. Did he delete them? I don't know. I ain't even looked. I don't know how to do all that kind of stuff. If J Dubs didn't talk a lot of shit about me, people, I literally would have sent him some money over on his Cash App if he didn't fucking disrespect me like he did. Because I don't like to watch people get hungry. And I had someone give me money just to give me money twice in 2 weeks. I mean, I'm not poor. We scrape by, which is what 90% of us do. We scrape by every month. We get enough with her check and my check to pay our bills and to make sure we have food in our house. And I still get my cigarettes and I'm still getting my herb. What, honey? Unless what? Oh, yeah. Oh, she said, unless I do something really, really bad. And then I'm not getting it. Did he do a stream from Burger King yesterday? Yeah, I missed that one. I know he did a McDonald one a few days back. Do you know if they're going for Sunday school or not, baby? Huh? Well, I mean, usually if you leave for Sunday school, you leave here about quarter to 10. If you go to the regular church just for services itself, you leave at a quarter to 11. So it's like an hour difference. And I was just wondering what time you got to leave so I can let you know what time it is. Okay. Sorry, people. I'm just communicating with the wife. No, baby, I don't want you to leave where I can say what I want. I'm going to say what I want anyways. I mean, what's the worst thing you're going to do? Cut me off planting in your garden? That's about the worst problem.
No, I have to worry you about me.
Oh,
He hears all. He sees all.
huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I know, baby. I know. Hold on, people. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I would have donated money to J Dubs. I really would have. If he didn't talk shit to me. Hell, I probably would have bought him a couple of burgers. I don't send no $5. I send 20s. And I don't know if my man that sent me the money would be mad at me, but he did tell me to use it for anything I wanted it for. Because I was thinking about giving it to my kids to go back to school. But for me to do that, I would have had to give him my Cash App card or got him a Cash App. So I just went ahead and gave my son $40 in cash. I gave him 40 in cash, then I gave him the 60 that's costing me to get him back to school. And then he also went with his food stamp card, which is got $71 on it. So he should be okay for 3 months. Not saying that he does get his breakfast, lunches, and dinners free. He never answers me. How many out there that I got in here right now? I got 12 viewers. Have any of yous ever went to college? How is the food? My son will not tell me. I mean, do they have a certain limit they're allowed to eat? I mean, are they only allowed one little handful of fries and one cheeseburger? Or are they allowed to have a handful of fries and two or three cheeseburgers? I've never got the answer from my kid. He won't answer me. But I notice every time he comes home, he's lost weight. And while he's at home for the 2, 3 months, he gains his weight back. So I don't think he's allowed to eat as much as he wants at the school. I gave him the 40 to in case of emergency and he has to call the pizza joint. Yeah, they get to eat 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But I wanted to know, is there like a limit to what they can eat? I mean, me, I'm a three cheeseburger kind of guy. I mean, one cheeseburger and a couple little fries ain't gonna do nothing for me. And I probably figure maybe all colleges probably ain't even the same. It's like me growing up. Usually, I went to a lot of Toledo, Ohio elementary schools, and a lot of our food was already in containers, and all they did is send it to the school. The school warmed it up and fed it to us. Now, when I was a young boy, we lived in Tennessee, and I remember them making the food there, and they literally would serve you on real glass plates, real silverware, real cups for your drinks. But up in Ohio, it was all plastic and cardboard and all that kind of shit. Okay, thank you, Father Jay, the ghost of Father Jay. Yeah, I didn't know. I was just wondering. I mean, I don't know if my kid's embarrassed of how much he eats or he don't know if he can get seconds. I don't know. He won't answer me. He don't talk much to me. I think that's the autism in him. But he has been getting a lot better since he's got older, so I told him I know once he graduates from college that we won't have him much longer. He'll be moving out to a big city to get a job, and one of my boys will be gone. And the last one, he's already threatened and said he's going to live with us till he's 50. And I told him I didn't care as long as he helped pay his way. Oh, See how that sounds good. He says they have a few stores on campus. So, that's why he took his food stamp card with him. Because they said something about maybe taking food stamps. So I told Larry to take his food stamp card with him in case he can use it and get like pop, chips, and snack cakes. That's probably about what he'll be using it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's got. I mean, he goes to Eastern Kentucky University, and he has like a driver's license kind of thing, and he swipes it at the door, and he swipes it at his room door, and they let him in. The door is unlocked. That's something like a hotel room. I mean, you got them cards that unlock certain doors. That might be the same thing he has to use for his meal card too. I don't know, Father Jay. Like I said, he don't talk much to me. You have a lot of fun there, Father Jay. Enjoy that grandson. We will see you later, and good luck on your fishing. I want to see you bring a couple in. I think I came up with the topic to start. My first topic. I just don't know when I'm going to start it yet because I'm starting to think about different topics. I was thinking maybe our first topic when I finally reopen back up my shows, I was thinking about talking about the presidents and who wants what president, who wants who. Then I thought about talking about deadbeat moms and deadbeat dads. There are both out there, plenty of them. I don't understand why women stop the men from seeing the kids. I can see if they're a piece of shit or they're a child molester or something like that. I can see them not seeing their kids. But there better be a hell of a reason to stop a father from seeing their kids. My ex told my two children a lot of different things of why I wasn't around. that I deserted them. I wanted nothing to do with them. I had two more boys already. I didn't want them anymore. That is totally a fucking lie. And I don't see how that woman can say that to her own children knowing it's a fucking lie. I have never, ever gave up on none of my boys. And I never will. I will die for each and every one of them if it comes to it. She told me that she didn't want our boys to grow up to be dopeheads like their father, where they are now 28 years old and 30 years old. Guess what they do? They're both dopeheads, just like their father and mother. She told my baby son, well, not this baby, but the son with her, the younger one, that I never even wanted him. He was a mistake.
No, he wasn't.
I got news for him and her, and she knows it. He was not a mistake, he was planned. If any of them was a mistake, it would have been Jacob. She got pregnant too damn quick. I was hoping both of us could work a few years, get our money put away, get everything situated, be living a happy life. But no, she got pregnant real quick. Good morning, Nate. Happy Sunday morning. Now, my second son with her was planned. And she can say whatever she wants. I could tell you the story. I know how it went. I remember like it was yesterday. It was time for me to see Jacob when we were not living together no more. We were having problems. There's my visitation coming up, and she was talking to me on the phone, telling me when I can come and see him, and this and that. And then she literally come out and said, "Larry, you remember my girlfriend from over at Frisch's?" And I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "It's her birthday party, and I want someone to take me to her party. Will you?" And I was like, "Girl, you know how I party. Me and JD are still best friends. Me and my weed is still best friends." "Yeah, I know." I took her to the party. We were there 2 hours. I took her home, and I made my second son with her. That quick, that easy. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely waking and baking. What, baby? You want to take care of me real quick?
I guess.
Okay. People, I will be right back. I'm not shutting it off. I just got to move around a little bit, and I'm making sure you don't see no kinds of moons
I don't
or
think
the stars or anything else. Yeah, we're just moving me around a little bit, people. We'll be right back with you. We're just taking care of me. I've been on 43 minutes, not too bad. So, do you guys think that Stinky's going to be able to get the money up to pay for his taxes? I don't. He literally just going to have to give all the rent money that he's getting and take it straight downtown. He ain't going to be able to pay his bills with it.
You one messy boy.
I mean, mine was only like,
Okay, I guess
I don't know, 268, let's say it even went up to 400. 400 a month for 12 months is $4,800. $4,200 pays all the property taxes completely off for 2 years. But you got to remember, he can't keep all that money because he's paying his light bill with it. He's paying his phone bill with it. He's paying his internet with it.
Some babies, Mama Peanut.
Plug it in.
I just unplugged it.
Yeah, didn't offer him one penny, but how much money has J Dub sent to him? The way I understood, J Dubs is sending him almost $100 or better. I mean, they were talking about a 30 here, 25 here, a 50 here. But you think Stinky sent him $10 to grab himself a couple of burgers or something? Hell no. Yeah, like I said, I was going to send him, but he likes to talk shit about me, so let him go dig in their garbage can. Well, the viewers are picking up. We have 17 viewers here this morning. I have 9 thumbs up. If you guys get a second, push that thumbs up button showing me that you enjoy me being on here today. Let me know the Big Larry show is doing good. So, what do you guys think? My first show should be about the president, or should we do it about bad parents? Good morning. I really don't want to talk about bad parents in a way, but I do too because, and I know a lot of men who's got girls pregnant and just left. If you didn't want her fucking pregnant, then you should have wore a condom or literally just never fucked her. Excuse my language if there's any women on here. If you did not want a baby, then you should not be fucking laying in that bed with her. Vice versa of her. If she didn't want that baby, she shouldn't be laying in that bed with you.
You as well fulfilled. I'm just joking with you. Fingernail. Damn it.
I wanted my children. I was ready for my children. From the time I turned 16 all the way until almost 30, I went and partied, enjoyed my ass off, worked my ass off, enjoyed life. 30, it was time to start settling down, get a couple of kids, get my own place, which never happened. A lot of people dream about what they wanted to become when they got older. Y'all, I'm stupid as fuck. All I wanted to become was a farmer. I wanted to live out in the country, grow my farm, raise my animals, have a bunch of kids, and a beautiful wife.
Well, I don't know about this beautiful wife, but
To me, you're beautiful, honey.
I know that. But
You know, I didn't want to be the president. I didn't want to be no fireman or policeman. And I'll tell you, I did become a farmer. I didn't do no feed 500 families farming, but we were doing enough to feed us. First year went okay, second year didn't do too hot. We couldn't keep the deer out of the corn. We couldn't get the bugs to leave the Brussels sprouts and tomatoes alone. The lettuce, the cabbage, hot peppers, green peppers. We had a little bit of everything.
my phone's going off. I don't know if it's telling you that.
Probably telling me it's half dead and it's charging.
I don't know. It's going light to dark, light, dark blue.
They're still around here, Toby. I think I introduced them to weed too quick. They went and smoked one and they don't come out of the corner no more. The two little aliens.
Um, you're back.
I'm still looking for another one. I've seen one on Tamu, but they want a little too much for it right now. I'm a poor man. I can't spend no $6 on it.
Oh,
Oh, they're well. They might be stoned, but they're well.
you live in this house, you get stoned no matter if you want to or no.
Yeah, like the wife says, living in this house, no matter if you want to get stoned or not, you're getting stoned.
Yeah,
Because I get stoned and it goes through the whole house.
probably follows me to church too. They don't say
Only
nothing.
when you're in the room. I mean, I could smoke one right now, baby. Be fully dressed, walk out of this house before I walk out, smoke one, go to the courthouse. The courthouse will smell it on you. The police department smells it on you. Anywhere you walk into, they smell that. Unless you put some definitely good cologne on or perfume to kick it. Very stoned, yes. I've tried a couple of them, Toby, and I didn't like them. He blames everything on us, Nate. We already know that. Yeah, lately, we got a bunch of stuff unpacked and everything from the move in last year. We literally just unpacked a lot of the stuff that we use. A lot of the stuff that are knick-knack stuff, they're all still packed away.
Daddy, do you have any band-aids?
Um, should be some up under the bathroom sink. Could be some inside my fish and tackle box. Should be bandages in both places. Because I always keep some in the fish and tackle box. Unless you took them all out.
I don't think. I don't think.
Because I know that one day you took a couple out of there. And if we start running low, make sure we write it on the list. Starting to learn to write a list out what we need. Nate, I'm the one that posted it. I'm the one that put it out there that it's in the newspaper. So yeah, I ain't seen it, but I've heard it. And I made a few phone calls to let people know that the time has started, as I call it. The clock's ticking now because he's not going to be able to come up with the money to pay them property taxes. So these people around him that wants that property, they're gathering their money up. And starting bid will start at $1. Or it'll start at exactly what the property taxes are owed on it. Everything, Lewis, everything. Yeah, all properties are in back taxes right now. Yeah, J Dubs is on the streets, and Von Hilton ain't far from hitting the streets. He probably got until April. Yeah, that's 1 year. That's only 1 year, 2K. That's last year's taxes. He was supposed to pay them in December, the end of December. By January 1st, they're late. Oh, I know.
I'm gonna try to like stop at the store and get some pop. I can't get the cat food there because it's too expensive.
Yeah,
It's $15 a little bag.
yeah, I wouldn't do it. Well, that's what most people do, Toby. But then there's people like Stinky Von Hiltons that don't believe it goes that way. Me, when we get our checks, we pay all our bills, and I make sure we got enough food in this house to take us till we get our food stamps. And then when we get our food stamps, we stock up the house to make sure it goes to the first. Well, I think it's going to go a little bit more than that. One or two of them properties going to be going more than that. Oh, I don't have to see it, but I will click it later, Nate. You got to remember, if it's 2000 now, oh, I know. I do know it's still in Alice's name. Right now, he owes 2K. By April of next year, he'll owe 4K. And that's for all of it. I already know the man that wants the property where his trailer and his mom's trailer is.
It's 9:20. Is it too early for me to go yet? Walk up there?
Yeah, they won't leave for another 15, 20 minutes. Larry, can you confirm that Alice's estate is made up of 5 separate titles?
What?
Each property is a
Yeah.
title. Yes. Each property, she has to have a title for it. Yes. If you own 5 cars, you got to have 5 titles. You own 5 properties, you got to have the 5 titles to the properties. No, he has not paid the 2024 taxes yet because they're not due yet until December. They will be due in December. Property taxes shows that you could never own anything. Yep. Okay, Nate. I think it'll make it all the way to April, to be honest, Jeffrey. Remember, this is Kentucky. We're a little slow here. But I could already tell you who's going to be at the auctions. I mean, the man dead across the street, the man whose son made Von Hilton's life a nightmare. That's the principal of the elementary school. His daddy is going to buy that property because he wants to live right across the street from his son. They're going to take both trailers out of there. clean that whole thing completely off, the barns, sheds, everything, flat land, and he's going to have about an $80,000 to $150,000 home built. Well, yeah, you probably could take it for 10 years in probate, but here's the kicker: it's going to fall out of probate because the taxes ain't being paid, it's not being taken care of. Uncle Sam wants his money. You know, Von Hilton did a video a while back, something about the foster parents are pressing charges on somebody who tried to claim the kids. Hey, Stinky, I think that's you. Stinky, did you cash a Social Security check after
Well, no.
they took Jeremy out or took your son out of the house? If so, bye
Bye-bye.
bye. They are now looking into it.
This is what do they call
That is
that?
a felony.
A felony. Yep.
That's 10 years in the federal state penitentiary. So I hope they do press charges.
Probably will. I didn't know that.
You say you bought all them cars for your son. Why have you not boxed it up and sent them to him? Oh, I forgot. They're not his, they're yours. And they're not worth nothing, buddy. Not one of them. $5, $10 a piece, maybe? And if you opened them up and took them out of the box, they probably ain't even worth that. Yeah, I kind of see where you're saying, Nate, where it could be 10 years in probate. And I think it could stay 10 years in probate as long as it's all being taken care of. I mean, you got to have a maintenance man. You got to be taking care of all the properties. You just can't let it
Oh
go.
my God, Daddy, you're.
Because when you let it go, then the state's going to jump in because your grass ain't cut. It looks like it's a crackhead house that people's going to break into and burn it down or start doing crack in it or making the crack or whatever. So, yeah, the city and the state are supposed to stay up on all properties. I mean, my grass got over a foot tall and they're out there, hey, you got to cut your grass. Yeah, I mean, personally, the only thing I would want is the properties. Any and all of them should be tore down and put brand new homes on each and every one of the spots. Like I said, if I had a choice out of all the property she has there, my old place, the other places, her house and little Irvy's house, the acre behind the church, or the pond property, I would have to say I want the pond property. And I hope whoever buys Alice's property and me get along. Well, the 43-acre that he has is the pond. But me personally, I can't afford the money for the pond. Yep, I can't afford it. But I do know somebody else that wants that pond too. So if it goes real cheap, I know who's buying it. But like I said, I think the principal's dad is literally gonna clean house over there. He's taking it all. And I think he's gonna get Alice's place, Irvy's old place, the 1 acre behind the church, the 50-acre pond. I think he's gonna take it all right there because it's all right dead across from his kid. His kid is the principal of the elementary school. He does do about 20 cows a year. He is also the school bus driver.
You know that I didn't tell you. I don't. You,
Yeah.
the bald-headed one
Yeah.
his whole family goes. Well, I go to his church. Do you know anybody named Scrappy Cornett?
No, dear. And my place, I mean, the rat's been chewing holes through the walls. So, me personally, I dragged the trailer out of there, put a brand new trailer there. And whoever lives there needs going to have to have a couple of cats. Snakes are bad there, and fucking rats and roaches are all bad through there. So that's going to be hard to sell. He might get $1,000 for it. Me personally, I'd pull the trailer out, put a brand new trailer in. Them other two places, I'd pull that trailer out of there and put a brand new one in. The house, it's a pretty house, needs a lot of work. I think I would put the money into fixing it because it is a house and it's been there a very long time. First thing, it's going to need a good furnace. It needs a lot of updates. We did a bunch of the updates on it. when I was in control. There was a few things about the place I did not like. Oh yeah, that place that I was living in, buddy, it was well known for snakes and rats. First week, buddy, I could hear the rats and the cats fighting each other all week long. Then all of a sudden, the cats had them all gone. They all left. Bye, babe. It's about that time. By the time you walk there, it'll be that time. Wife's on her way to church. Wife's got me drinking out of another coffee cup today. She ain't gave me my original one back yet. It needs to be washed. Here's the new one she's got me drinking out of. Number one teacher. I bought a bunch of them about a year ago. I think I bought like 5 or 6 of them. And they had little white teddy bears in them. Said Happy Valentine's. And we gave them to the kids as teachers when they were younger. And the wife kept one herself. She liked them, so she kept one herself. Yes, he left Friday morning. Yeah, there should be 5 properties. Only 3 of them has houses on it, Nate. One property has 2 trailers. Another property has a trailer by itself. Another property has a trailer and a house. Then there's 2 properties, the 1 acre behind the church and the, I thought it was 50-acre pond. Somebody said it's 43 acres. You know, that 43 acres or whatever it is with the pond, that is a beautiful piece of property there. There's 2 things though, is where you're going to put the house. You can put it on top of the hill, but imagine the wintertime going up and down the hill. Because there's 3 platforms up top of the hill. You can put a house on any one of the 3. But then you got to think about running the water up there. You got to think about putting your septic tank in there. All your electrical lines would have to be ran up there. That's a lot of work. Or beside the pond, there's probably like maybe an acre, acre and a half between Stinky's old trailer and Jim's place. He could put a trailer there. Probably just enough to put a trailer and a driveway through there. And being real close to the road, it'd be a lot easier to put septic tanks in and your electrical lines and all that. Well, I don't see how the 43 acres is the lowest, Micah. The 1 acre should be the lowest. Oh, yeah, it would definitely make him mad, Nate. Yeah, I understand, Nate. Countries, our states are even different. Every state is different on how things work. So you totally in a different area in a different side of the world. Yeah, I bet yours are different. You think so, Richie? I don't. The highest one would be the one with the two mobile homes, yes. And the lowest one would be the 1 acre. Somewhere there's a 1 acre one. Yep, that's what I'm saying too, Jeffrey. Ha ha ha, Richie. The only one he can live comfortable on is the one he's in right now. But him, that'd be comfortable. You moving in it, buddy, I don't think it's comfortable for you. Because you know that smell is going to be there a long time. Yeah, there you go, Michael. You know, I've always told myself that's where it's at, people. Buy properties. I'd like to have a nice big piece of flat land close to a nice sized town. I'd start me a trailer court, trailer park. Imagine owning, I don't know, let's just say, let's keep it small. Let's say I own 20 house trailers. and they're all in decent shape. They're all, 3 bedrooms. They're worth 400 or 500 a month nowadays. 500 a month for 20 trailers. Yeah, I mean, that's big money coming in every month. $500 a month for 20 trailers would be what, $10,000 a month? As long as you keep good renters in there and you don't get someone in there to trash your place, you're good. It's a one with some zeros, yeah. 24 viewers, 17 thumbs up. You guys ain't giving me a thumbs up today. Please give me a thumbs up. Shows me you like Larry getting on here on Sunday morning. I did ask a question earlier, and I'll ask it again. And the end of the show, I'm going to decide on what kind of show I'm going to start doing. Do we talk about deadbeat mom and dads, or do we talk about the president, this coming year's president? Trying to figure out a topic for the next show, because I'm getting tired of doing the stinky show. He's wearing down, so pizza. I seen a show that you did. I've commented 2 or 3 times on it. I really liked it, and I noticed that I'm not in the picture, that you're only doing stinky. I'm sorry. If I knew you were going to do that through that, I literally would have showed my face. I went and hid the face. Yeah, he's going to have a certain time to get off the property after they say sold. And he should know that. Remember, he took real estate law, people. But y'all got to remember, that was in the state of Ohio, not in the state of Kentucky. Oh, there probably will have some of them there. He's probably going to call them, though. I'll have to bring that to little Jim's attention, Nate. Tell him to pay off somebody, and we'll get a video of it. Uncle Jim will pay somebody off to get it. Yeah, because once that auction starts going, he's going to start going crazy, buddy. He's going to want to know what's going on and saying that we can't do that. We can't be on his property. And I'm going to tell you, once it's a city auction, anybody and everybody can go there, even me and Jim. He can't stop us. Oh, yeah, my coffee cup. Yeah. Like I said, I bought a couple of them, Nate, long while back. Hell, that cup's probably 10, 12, 14 years old now. I think I gave like $1 a piece for them. And they had little white teddy bears in it saying Happy Valentine's. And my boys gave them to their teachers. My wife kept one. 16 viewers, 19 thumbs up. We're doing pretty good. Surprised John Way ain't on yet. Maybe he ain't got no money. He can't go to none of the restaurants. Use tank water for what, Nate? Yeah, like I said, the only property that I'd even think about wanting would be the one with the pond. And that's only because of the pond. Them three platforms up top, they will become deer hunting spots. I will put a big old fat feeder up there, and I will go up there and kill me a deer every year. I put a trailer right down the street from Uncle Jim. Well, you can change that, Nate. Well, down here it ain't hard to get building rights. Good morning, Sharon. I mean, now in the major cities, maybe, but not out in the country. Yeah, if it wouldn't even been for Mountain Mama, I would have never even known about the taxes. But Mountain Mama, she keeps up on that newspaper. You just missed her, Sharon. She left. She went to church this morning. I will tell her you said morning when she gets home, but I don't expect her until about 12:30. Thank you. And yeah, she is. They didn't. Never, Nate. Never. So it's not Sharon, it's Shannon. I'll just call her beautiful. All women are beautiful in my book. Yep, you got it, Nate. Oh, I found out though, Nate. That old weather guy, he's a good guy too. Well, to me, beauty is on the inside, not the out. I've been with some beautiful girls who thought their shit didn't stink, but I've been with some that wasn't so hot looking that had great hearts. Yes, Nate, I do know that. I've caught that. I watched the one at McDonald's. He did a McDonald one, and then I heard he did a Burger King one. Yeah, there's a lot of girl with black insides. You got that right, weather guy. Well, I think a lot of you guys are, Nate. Stinky watchers. I'm still the new guy. Yeah, don't have to see him. You'll smell him. Exactly. Yep, Larry went back to school Friday, people. He is in his last year of college. He took up computer science. So he's got 4 years of computer science under his belt. Well, he will at the end of the year. Everybody can get Vaughn or Stinky mad, Nate. Just tell Stinky's lying and you got him mad. He's beating the table. Yeah, it is a good major. The only problem is he's probably going to be moving away once he gets done. Because I don't know about a little town like what we live in is going to need a major person like that. He's probably going to have to go to one of them big towns to get a real job. I feel like I'm getting old. My babies are moving out on me. But that's what we're supposed to do. Teach them what we know, make sure they get a good education, and they become somebody in the world, whatever they want to become. Like I said, I'm proud of all four of my boys. Well, I can't completely read it all yet, beautiful, but I can read most of it. No jobs for hundreds of miles. And that P word, I don't even know what it says. And then I got stinky. There are jobs close to stinky, but you got to want a job before you get a job. Two, I did hear somebody else say the same thing that lives over that way. And like I told him, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Dairy Queen, Taco Bell, the Huddle House, Walmart's. If you got typing skills or some kind of trade centers that you took something in, secretary work, Daniel Boone needs people to drive vans to go pick people up and take them to doctor's appointments. They need dispatchers telling the drivers where to go. But I can keep naming places. And then you go another 45 minutes away, half hour, 45 minutes, and you're in London, and they're always hiring down there. But that, yeah, you're talking about another $10, $15 in gas to get you there. Weatherman, I am happily married. And I'm glad you guys are together and you enjoy, buddy. That's just telling me that I don't want to say her name wrong, and I don't want you biting my head off for it. Good morning. I mean, is it Sharon? Remember, like Vaughn says, I only made it to sixth grade. But to tell you the truth, I did make it to ninth. Did I really give a shit about spelling? No, not really. Did I give it science? Yeah, because the teacher was hot. Did I care about gym? No. Did I care about getting out of there and going out in the world and making money and finding me a woman? And yeah, that's me. 16 years old, dropped out of high school. Yeah, my ex even told my kids that I didn't want nothing to do with them. I never tried to visit. I never bought them nothing for their birthdays or Christmas or nothing. She must really be on some kind of fucking drugs badly. And it ain't weed. It can't be weed because weed don't make me do that. Or is weed work different on women? I don't know. I videotaped some of my Christmases with my boys. I have witnesses that can say that I bought things for my boys. I still have the rent receipt, or not rent receipt, the bill of sale from things that I bought my boys. And we're talking back in 99, people. That was before Larry and Arnold were even born. You know what I think's funny though? But then it ain't. It fucked my head up, and I was just wondering, man, I must not have been a hell of a man. Because my woman ended up be getting with a woman. Yep, my woman ended up getting with a woman. I couldn't believe it. And I sat and thought about it and thought about it and thought about it. She didn't get with no woman. She got with a woman, yeah. She got with money, is what she got. The woman was well off. She had plenty of money coming in. She took care of herself. Well, things didn't work out the way the ex wanted to because I stalked them. And one day, her girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, came up to me and says that they were going to call the police. I took the phone right there off my seat of my car and handed it to her. I was like, here, call them. I don't care. My police says that I have to be 100 yards away from you. My vehicle is 100 yards away from yours. She looked at me and said, I don't want no problems. What do you want? I said, I want to see my kids. I ain't seen them in a long time, and I think it's bullshit. I think a father should be able to see their kids. She looked right at me and she goes, Larry, I'll make you a deal. You start this vehicle up right now and leave, and I'll bring the kids to your mom's house tomorrow at noon. Exactly what I did. I started my vehicle up and left. Took her of her word. 12 noon the next day, she was there. 12 noon the next day, she was there. They stayed there about an hour. I spent some time with the boys. And I found out why they were there, that she liked to go fishing. Well, that's kind of weird. That's me too. I like to fish. So I asked her, I was like, well, you want to do some fishing? You like to fish, huh? She, oh, yeah, I love to fish. I'm a good fisherman. Okay, we'll go fishing. When you want to go? And I looked at her. I said, how about Saturday, 4 o'clock? She goes, Saturday at 4? 4 o'clock in the afternoon? I was like, no, honey, 4 in the morning. I'll meet you at the restaurant at 4 in the morning. She kind of looked at me funny. Why are we going to the restaurant? I was like, I'm not taking my boys out fishing when they're hungry. You take them and feed them some breakfast, then you take them out fishing. By time 4 o'clock, by the time we get to the fishing hole, it'll be about 6 in the morning. Good morning, Santos. Long story short, me and my ex's girlfriend become real good friends. So my ex girlfriend left her. Yep. So the ex girlfriend left her and moved to Texas. Met a man on the computer. Ended up marrying him. About 6 months into the marriage, he cheated on her. So now she moved back to Ohio. Yeah, I'm not no comment to that weather guy. I've had my share of threesomes and foursomes and choo choo trains. Over a year, I know. Live, eyes to whatever, the smell. I mean, I've seen him on the computer a couple times. Yeah, I know Secular Opinion has um, a page that he collects money for. It's called Drain Lake Alice. I might have to start one that says Buy Lake Alice. I would think so, Santos, be honest. I think it should be a lawsuit, but I think Jim and Millie would really have to push it and have lawyers and this and that. And Jim and Millie are up there in age, and I've always wondered that. Why does Stinky hate Uncle Jim so much? That's what I couldn't understand. Why does he always blame everything on little Jim? Jim's got magical powers. Jim can talk his mom into anything. I mean, he talked her into selling the nursing homes. He talked her into moving down here, even though Jim didn't move down here until about, what, 4 years after she did? Looking at the dates on how things went, I'd have to talk to little Jim for one, and I'd love to look up his mother's name and find out when his mother died. I'd like to find out when did Uncle Jim's mom die. Because Jim and Glenda would have been pretty close to the same age. I think Glenda was born in 52 and Jim was born in 50. Oh no, he did other stuff too. So I'm thinking if Jim's mom died young, okay, Aunt Alice might have stepped in and kind of helped raise Uncle Jim. No weather guy. His mother would not be, she would be my step grandmother. It's a real long story. It is a very long story there, buddy. My grandmother and grandfather had one child, and that is my father. My grandfather and grandmother divorced. My grandfather went on later in life and had two more kids, which is Uncle Little Jim and Ronnie Melvin. My grandmother went ahead and had nine more kids. My grandfather's wife, which is Jim and Ronnie's mom, died. My grandmother's husband died, the father of the nine kids. My grandfather and grandmother remarried. Then my grandfather died. After my grandfather died, a couple years later, grandma got remarried. Her husband died. She got remarried. Her husband died. And then she finally went on. My grandmother outlived four husbands or five husbands. Yeah, that's what his name was, Ronnie Melvin. He would have been Arnold Frost's baby. Ronnie Melvin would be Ronnie Ray's dad. Ronnie Ray's dad and my dad are half brothers. They had the same father, different mothers. But back to the story is I think Alice just might have been around to watch little Jim grow up. I don't know what her hours were at the whirlpool when she was putting washers together, or was she in the nursing home by the 1950s? I do remember going down into Hamilton, Ohio, and I was probably 5 or 6. So that's early 70s. I wouldn't have no idea back in the 50s there. I heard Alice owned a few properties and she had two and a half nursing homes. What are you saying? It's getting boring, weather guy? Is that what that big long word stands for? You're getting bored? Well, I'm just trying to figure out things to talk about. J Dubs and Stinky's falling apart. J Dubs is living in his car and Stinky's about ready to lose his properties. There ain't much else to say about that. I'm trying to think of things to talk about. I have to say, Larry, and you may disagree. She was good at business, but terrible as a mother. She's definitely good at business. I don't think she was a terrible mother. She probably made sure there was food in the house and the bills were paid. But was she home long enough to teach him right from wrong? No, I agree there. He did not get enough ass whippings and get an ass whipping for disrespecting an adult like I did. No, she did not raise him right. Well, she was probably never home. I mean, I know she worked for Whirlpool, and I think she was there like 20 something years and she retired from them. Then she got the nursing homes, had them for I don't know how long. See, I've never looked none of that up. I mean, you literally could tell you how long she owned everything. I mean, I don't know what Stinky thinks, but I mean, there are people on these computers that are a lot smarter than him on them. Let me say that question to Todd and watch how quick Todd tells me the answer. No, I haven't, weather guy. If it's a horror or something like that, I wouldn't. I like more of an action packed kind of movie. Who's it got? Who's your main star in it? And I can pretty well tell you if I've seen it. I've never heard of him. I've heard of Burt Reynolds. That's the only one I've heard of there. About a city guy that gets lost in the sticks. I don't think I'd ever get lost. I'll have to look at it and check it out, weather guy. I wonder if that's that one that me and my wife watched about a month ago or so. It had Burt Reynolds in it. This was kind of an older one though. It was like he was in prison and they got him out of prison to get somebody else put in prison or some shit. Yeah, lately we've been watching a lot of Steven Seagal's. I think I've pretty well seen almost every one of them this week. Yeah, we're sitting here waiting for November to come around the corner, people. I want to see what this new Yellowstone's going to be about. Is it going to be any good? Who they get rid of? Who's still there? How do they get rid of them? Any of you guys watch that show, Yellowstone? You ever seen it, Weather Guy? Well, somebody has seen it because you're right on that. Yeah, my wife already said is my wife said if Beth ain't in it, she ain't even watching it. My wife likes Beth. I think they're all good actors. I think they're all doing good. Sounds like the beach trip was pretty decent, huh, old Weather Guy? It's not too bad. It's like a kind of western kind of thing. People fighting over land. I had to agree with Beth when she told her father we should be packaging this and selling the meat instead of just selling the cow. or at least he should have called back to the 4 6s and told them that he wants to know what they'll give him per pound for the cows. Good, good. Glad to hear that, Weather Guy. 18 viewers, 22 thumbs up. Yeah, I'm still drinking that myself. Yep, I can't wait. We still got to go through winter. That's about the only good thing about Alice's property is the gas well. Yeah, I sure love to have a gas well. I'll turn everything to gas. My luck, though, by the time I turned it all to gas, it'd run out of gas. I know Uncle Jim and Millie's, theirs ran out of gas a few years back. He said it cost him about $3,000 to fix the problem. He had to have one of them propane tanks brought in and had it filled up and ran all the lines into the house and switched everything over to propane instead of natural gas. So no matter if you're renting a home or you own the home, you're always going to put money into your properties. I mean, you talk to homeowners, they'll tell you hot water tanks are not cheap. Having a roof put on your house is not cheap. Plumbing and electricity, not cheap. Yeah, if I had $32 million, Lon Hilton, stinky, my house would be being built right now. Maybe that's what I'm waiting for. Maybe I ain't unpacked because I'm waiting for my house to be built. You figured me out, Stinky. Yep. I'm having an 8 bedroom, 10 bathroom, one floor, built in swimming pool, big living room, big everything. Yep. Just sitting here waiting for this house to hurry up and get built. Von Hilton's 32 million is going to take me a long way. I think everything will be run by solar or by the wind. Maybe get propane. I don't know. It matters what kind of prices the propane's costing nowadays. Me personally, I'd like to have a fireplace in every room or, certain rooms to keep the whole place warm. Sorry, I was moving the mouse and the picture went blank. Oh, at 32 million, I can have them cut anything I need cut. But no, there's enough flat land around build a house. 32 million, I'd call all three lumber yards. Have three different truckloads brought to the house to be built. Build it into the hill. That would be kind of cool. I want a big place, though. I want a pretty big place. Don't know why. The wife said she don't want a big place because she don't want to have to clean it off. Like I told her, if we don't use the room, it's dirty. Yeah, I'd probably lose her. I agree. I'd have to get a microphone set for the whole house can hear. A PA system or something hooked up. Yeah, and I definitely my master bedroom. I'd make sure I can at least put two queen beds in there and still have plenty of room to walk around. I was thinking about something like that, weather guy, a bed and breakfast, but I don't know about J Dubs. But I just wanted the extra bedrooms to kind of, in case I have guests, family come over, my kids show up, invite them all in town for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Shit, if I'm rich, you know you're going to want your kids around. You're going to go all out on them and get them some good gifts and pay for them to come to you. I don't know, people. That see, and that's have you guys ever thought about that? What would you do if you hit the lottery? Would your life change? You hit the lottery for $100 million. Would your life change? Mine would change a little. That kind of money weather guy, you'd own the cruise. You can buy your own boat and hire your own crew. But rich and gay, Sharon, beautiful. That's exactly what I said. I would literally disappear. Promise I will surface back up, but I will be gone for a little bit. I personally think I would get me a halfway decent vehicle. I would get me a halfway decent house somewhere that we liked. I would probably pop up to seeing my children and helping my children out a little bit, giving them a little bit of spending money for a minute. You know what I mean? Yeah, if I drop off the earth for a couple weeks, I must have hit the lottery. Yep, that's exactly. And then, honestly, it matters how much you win. I mean, would I really get a big old 8, 10 bedroom home? I don't know. I mean, like, I only need a 3 bedroom, so. But I'd like to have a spare bedroom for a guest. I'd like to have just a spare bedroom for all my junk. I mean, I got a Jeff Gordon collection that'll take a whole wall. My fishing equipment could take a wall. My marijuana posters and stuff can all take a wall. My football stuff can take a wall. There's a whole room right there. Some people call them man caves. That's kind of what I need, a man cave that I can just decorate all 4 walls. No furniture in there, maybe a chair or something. But all 4 walls have shelves to put stuff on. Okay, so that leaves us what, 60 million, Blue? You can do a lot with 60 million. I don't know if I'd invest any or would I just like go out and start helping people out. You know what I mean? Randomly picking out families. There's something on Facebook that says if you ever hit the lottery, would you help your family? I think I would help them if they really need help badly. Would I give everybody some? Probably not. I don't know. Matters how much I won, what they need. There are some family members that I don't get along with that I don't think I'd give a penny to. Stinky. Yeah, 59 million still. That should give me a nice little car, a nice little piece of property, nice little house. Give my boys cup maybe a million apiece to get them started, and then once me and the wife dies, they four boys split it. 70 million in Canada right now, and it's tax free. Hey, there you go, weather guy. You need to hit it. I think I blew my nurse's mind this last week, people. I kind of couldn't believe what she said to me. Me and her started talking about the president this coming year. And I asked her, well, who are you going to vote for? She goes, if I was going to vote, I'd vote Trump. I was like, what do you mean you ain't going to vote? She goes, I don't know. I was like, well, Trump ain't going to be president if you don't vote. You got to vote. She acts like she didn't vote. I mean, that's how we get who we want is by voting. If you don't go down there and vote, then your man might not get in. 2.5 hours, 21 viewers, 23 thumbs up. I think you're all pretty well know who I am. I'm Big Larry. I do some shows now and then. I just kind of talk about anything and everything. Trying to get ready to start new shows with new topics if I can. Topics are pretty hard for me to figure out what. I have been thinking about we talking about the president, who wants to be president or who's going to be president this year, or we talk about deadbeat mom and dads. And Stinky, your name might even be in that deadbeat dads. Speaking of deadbeats, I'll start right off the top. Stinky, a deadbeat dad. Somebody who made a baby that can't even go to the hospital and watch it be born. A deadbeat dad. Somebody that won't even give their kids a bath. A deadbeat dad. Somebody that don't get up and talk to them and spend time with them. Throws them in their high chair and makes them watch the weather station. Oh, she loves the weather station. Yeah, whatever. I can't say nothing about Andrea. I can't call her a deadbeat mom because I do not know. The only thing I can say about Andrea is that she was a young girl still. I don't know how her life grew up, how she grew up, who raised her, or nothing. Did she know what a baby was? Did she know how to change it and feed it and take care of it? And I know she had disabilities too. Yeah, I know, weather guy. Yeah, my kids never watched the weather station when they were growing up. There's always Mickey and Minnie, Tom and Jerry, Barney. I grew up with Tom and Jerry, Mickey and Minnie. And then it came Mickey and Minnie's Clubhouse or something like that. I remember Popeye. Make sure you eat your spinach. I always thought that shit was nasty. But once I got older, I like it. What time is it? 11 o'clock. 22 viewers, 24 thumbs up. 5 people just left. My wife's church is getting ready for church right now. Regular church. Sunday was just over. Yeah, I mean, what's the interest on in a bank account if you put $1 million in it? See, I never figured out all that kind of stuff. I should ask my boy, huh? He's pretty good at mathematical stuff. I don't know. Could you even open a bank account for $70 million or even $50 million? That's a good question. Could you open a bank account with 50 million? You'd probably have to open a few of them. Yeah, one thing I make sure though is my boys wouldn't need nothing again. Yeah, that younger son that I was talking about earlier, we are now just starting to have a real relationship. We are now really just starting to talk, and it tickles me pink. I mean, he calls me on my birthday and wishes me happy birthday. He called me on Father's Day and wished me happy Father's Day. So I'm really proud of that. I'm happy about that, that we are finally connecting. You know, I got a bunch, and I mean a bunch of weed stuff, posters, plaques, little things like this here. Probably got about 10 or 12 weed hats. Got a weed blanket. I mean, I got a weed towel, 4 or 5 smoking bowls. I mean, a lot of, and I'm literally thinking about throwing it all in a box and sending it to them 2 boys. Because these 2 boys don't smoke it. Hi, welcome. It matters who the family is. Yeah, I wish I would hit that lottery. I'd buy all that property Vaughn's got for the back taxes. I might give them $1 more for they can give it to Stinky. Gives him $1 to put in his gas tank to try to get out of Clay County. We don't want him sleeping under the bridge around us. And like I said, guys, I wouldn't want none of the properties but the one the pond is sitting on. And that's only to fill it up with fish where I can go fishing anytime I want. And when I'm ready for a catfish sandwich, I can go fishing. My grandkids come over and I want to teach them how to go fishing. We don't have to go to no lake. We go right up there to the pond and I'll teach them how to catch the bluegill. Then we'll start with catfish. I don't know. Can you put bass in a pond? I never thought about that. I'd like to have a couple of bass. Oh, I'm just talking. Well, I can go fishing anytime I want. Yeah, I mean, I ain't ready to go fishing right now. I've had some hilarious fishing trips. We've caught so many we had to give them away. The only ones really we did not give away were the salmon. The salmon, we kept it all. Yeah, fishing trips. Yeah, we've been to East Jordan, I think it was called, up there in Michigan. That's where we went salmon fishing. All the way down to the St. John River in Florida. I grew up next to the Maumee River, so we always fished that. Yes, they cost money. Usually I don't take the family on trips like that. They're not all into fishing. Me, I kind of grab somebody that I know's gonna do the fishing, do what they have to do, and they want to bring fish home just like I do. When we went salmon fishing that year, I had salmon for at least 8 meals. My white bass trip out of the Maumee River, I had enough white bass to take me a year. I bet we had 50 meals. Yeah, my wife wouldn't get into going fishing. She ain't a fishing wife. She'll complain it's too early in the morning or she got to go pee. Been with her 22 years. I know her pretty well. Yeah, it's like my wife. She complained about me wanting a 8 bedroom house. She don't want to clean it. Hell, you don't have to clean it, girl. No one's in the bedroom. You don't have to clean it. No one uses that bathroom. You don't have to clean it. Someone calls and says, "Hey, Larry, we're going to be in town this weekend." Then you go in there and you clean one of the rooms, clean the dust off of it. Maybe, maybe throw some clean sheets and blankets on it. Put a row of toilet paper in the bathroom. Oh, I definitely got fishing poles. I have 4 catfish poles, and I have two little small ones that I can just pull up to any creek and throw in and go for like white bass, perch, anything that's going down through there. Probably about 6 tackle boxes, all different kinds of hooks and lures and artificial baits. When my dad died, I got his 2 fishing poles and all his tackle boxes. I already had 2 poles in my own tackle box. Yeah, and that's good. I mean, that is really good because you can be anywhere and just pull over and try to fish. Weather guy, all I hear from her all day is when we going home. When we going home? I gotta pee. No, I'm not peeing behind that bush. Okay. Yeah, I've never tried them, so I don't know how strong they are. You'll just have to hook something pretty nice size and find out. You know, it's like I know some young single kids coming 22, 23, 24 year olds. And they ask me, Larry, what would you do if you were my age? I have no job. I'm tired of living with my parents. I want to do something. You know what I told them? Go join the carnival. You make money. You get to go to at least 15 different cities in one year. You're getting to meet 15 different kinds of people. Carnivals run all over the place. They usually leave Florida and they come up north. And you got some that probably start in California and move to the east and what you know what I'm saying. They're all over the place. I know when I was growing up, every carnival we always went to one. Do I like to fillet the fish? It's okay. That's kind of how I like to eat it, yes. Do I eat McDonald's fillet of fish? No, I don't like it. I don't like their fish. Yeah, I would say my top 3 favorites fishing would probably say St. John River would probably be the number one. I think we pulled over, I'm going to say about 300 big mouth bass out of the St. John River over the weekend. Second would be out of the Maumee River, pulling regular white bass. We probably pulled about 360 in a 2 day weekend. My third spot would be up there at East Jordan, the salmon fishing. Great time, even though we broke down, but We did get some fishing in. We did get plenty. I think we brought about 20 of them home for the weekend. We did pretty good. Them would be my top three. But I also thought it was funny as shit when my dad, or let me take that back, my father told me that he's a great fisherman, that he was gonna outfish me. You know, he might have outfished me if we were fishing in Florida or some other spot that he likes to go to. You do not let me pick my hometown to go fishing against me. Bad, bad mistake. Because I got a fishing hole that I go to that I'm guaranteed to catch them. And I catch them quickly. I think we walked out of there. I had like 11 or 12 of them, and he had two or three. And he kept saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing? How are you catching them?" I was like, you told me to pick the spot, buddy. I know where they sit at. Well, I'm not far from you. I'm only 10, 20 feet away from you. Yeah, hello. There's one certain spot in that river that they just sit there. We did the same thing down, me and him together, down at the St. John River, down in Florida. Our pole wasn't in the water quick enough for them to even hit it. Same thing with the Maumee River, the bass. We were using two and three hooks at a time, three minnows, throw it out there. Yeah, you're bringing three fish in. They're going up there spawning. They're hungry. They're grabbing them minnows and going. Going in on your pole, that is. Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. Me and my father and one of his friends all went fishing one day. 187, I think it was, fish. We caught three of us. The guy that went with us couldn't go the next day, and me and my dad wanted to still go do some more. We got a few of them fish cleaned. We gave some of them away to dad's neighbors. Went the next day and caught the exact same amount, and it was just me and my dad, or my father, should I say. We caught another 187. We cleaned half of them and gave the other half away to the neighbors. Some of his neighbors had enough fish to feed them for a week. Yeah, if you got a fishing pole, buddy, you shouldn't starve. You know, if you can take three things with you, what are the three things you want? A fishing pole, I think I'd want. I can name a few things I definitely want. If I'm going to be trapped, I want with me. Emergency kit kind of thing. Knife, gun, lighter, fishing pole. Because bait, you can always find bait. Flip a rock over. Gotta be a worm, a bug, a snake. Now, I don't know if you guys know how to white bass, but white bass and big mouth bass, they're usually lures they use for them. I mean, I don't even know if they use worms for them. I always used a lure. I got a couple different kinds. I bought a couple of mine, and then I ended up getting a bunch of my father's. I thought about if I'm not gonna go salmon fishing no more, maybe I should get rid of my salmon fishing gear. Find somebody that does do that salmon fishing. Weather guy. That's up in them northern states. Yeah, we went up to, I think it was called East Jordan or something like that. We were even riding around and we seen this real little creek. And we looked over it and you could literally see the fish swimming right up it. But you couldn't go over there and mess with them. You couldn't touch them because you get in trouble. It was the cannery or some shit where they go all back up there and they take them all out of there, take their eggs out, dump all their eggs back in. Yeah, flaying's not bad once you get used to it. You got to know the species of what you're flaying, like where the bones are. To me, that's kind of on all animals, weather guy, not just fish. That's on deer, rabbit, and all. Yeah, instead of putting a regular refrigerator and freezer in my house, I'm gonna have a restaurant refrigerator freezer put in my house. Well, yeah, I know fish. I know. Yeah, it's pretty easy to flay them once you get used to doing it. Yeah, down here in Kentucky, they do have a couple creeks. I hear they do have a little bit of fish in there. I heard they're catching sturgeon. So, and a few people talking about bluegills and this and that. I've never heard no one talking about some big old catfish or anything. But I know down here they have a lot of, what do they call them? Fishing ponds. where you pay somebody to fish, and sometimes they have what they call a tournament where they have a certain size fish in there. If you catch it, you win the tournament, you win the prize or whatever it is. Me and Ronnie Ray, we went to a couple of them. That was pretty good fishing trips. I think I was hacking up a lung. Not that I know, Richie. And I hate to say this. I love you, Aunt Alice. If he learned from his mother, he don't know nothing. 'Cause every time Aunt Alice went up to go fishing, usually Uncle Little Jim or my father or Sprout and Alice, little Alice, would be up there, and that Miss Alice would have somebody else put the bait on for her. Sometimes the person would throw it out for her. The only thing Miss Alice did is rode it back in. She never even took it off the hook. Someone else did that too. I don't think Miss Alice got into fishing or hunting. That was more the boys. Thinking about it, Miss Alice probably don't even know what a mother's job was. I mean, she lost her mother when she was young. All she knew about is to make money to pay the bills, to make sure she didn't starve. And that's what she did. I don't think he's ever fished or hunt. I think the only thing he's been fishing for is young girls who barely's a woman and don't even know how to raise kids, and he wants her to have kids and raise them when she don't even know how. It's not easy raising kids, I guarantee you that. Terrible twos to hellion threes. To 13, I don't cares. 16, I'll do what I want. Yeah. No, I'm not saying he didn't study martial arts. And I'm not going to say he never did power lift because I do not know. I cannot prove one way or the other at the moment. I'd have to look up pictures. Just because he's got a martial arts, whatever they call that thing on, don't mean that he got any good. He could have just joined and went the first week and quit and kept the uniform. Hell, he could have bought it from the Goodwill. You don't know. Oh, was it in Texas that he fought the pimps? I thought he fought the pimps in. Well, I heard he fought the pimps in Cincinnati too. So, yeah, there's not a one thing that he has said that I believe. I'm one of these kind of people. You got to show me. I got to see it to believe it. Show me some kind of proof. With all that stuff he says he has done, you don't think I'd have records of all that? You don't think, you do not think that if I went to college for 2 years and got a real estate law degree for 2 years You don't think it wouldn't be hanging on my wall and I wouldn't be using it today? There's nothing classified no more. There is nothing classified. The world knows everything. We're not dummies. And what are they going to do if he does speak of it? They going to come and assassinate him? They going to take his U.S. privileges away? Or the pimp's going to find out where he's at and they're going to come looking for him? Yeah. He's just full of shit, people. We all know that. I'm still looking for a co host. Anyone want to do a show with me? You know, there's a couple people out there I wouldn't mind doing a show with. And I'll let them bring up the topic, or I can bring up a topic. I don't know if I should call their names out. They know who they are. Dragnut, Miss Parker, you two are on the top of my list. Father Jay, of course. I mean, I like to get a real host, you know. Not that they ain't a host. I'd probably be the host if it's their show, which don't matter to me. I just like someone to get on here and talk with me, see somebody's face. Like I said, I don't want somebody to agree with me all the time. I want people to disagree with me. Or should I say, put me in my place. Know who I'd like to have a show with, have as my co host, or I be the co host, and that is Mr. Todd. He's got all the computer stuff. He can look it up real quick. He's pretty good on the computer. And he'll definitely put me in my place because he already has. Some people out there don't like him. I do. Everybody has their opinions. Back to the main conversation. None of us are the same. Since somebody says I have the $32 million, why don't you send it to me, please? I thought of something else. Maybe I'll run for the president seat. Let me become president for a while. Y'all think we have a bad president now or Donald Trump was bad? Put me in office. We might be at war with everybody within 6 months after I take office. Me, America's getting lazy. I mean, yeah, we still have some companies here, but hell, we buy a lot of stuff from overseas. We send a lot of money overseas to feed people when we can use that in our own country. It's just like I said, if I hit a big lottery, I wouldn't mind going to a couple of these real big cities. Like I seen it was a couple weeks ago or something. It was on YouTube. What was the title to that? I don't even remember the title. The five most homeless people in the United States. Los Angeles and New York were way up there. I'd like to build something for them to have a place to go to when it got cold out. But, California don't really get cold. It's New York. I'm telling you, if I was homeless, no job, no family, no nothing, I'm headed south. I don't care if I have to walk it, thumb it, whatever I got to do, I'm headed south. I'm going to get to where the warm climate is. That way I know I don't freeze to death in the winter. Then you worry about a job, a place to live. Like I said, I've slept in a picnic bench for 2 weeks almost. Yeah, 180,000 people. I would try to build something for They have places, but California, a lot of it's a nice warm state too. So I mean, they could live out in tents and stuff like that. Their main thing is cooking food and taking baths and showers. I mean, I even thought about that when I was homeless down in Florida for them 2 weeks. About instead of sleeping at that park, going down to the beach and taking my shower and everything down there, but then I'd have to walk all the way back there by the park again. That's how I got my shower 2 or 3 times. Walk down to the beach. They had them shower things that, well, it ain't a shower, it's a spigot of water to wash the salt water off of you. Take a bar of soap, throw on a pair of shorts, and take a shower. Walk back to the park, go to sleep, wake up 4:30 in the morning, and get in the line. Get ready to go to work. If I had money that day, I usually went to the carry out right next door and got me a cup of coffee and got in line. Usually you knew if you were a or not. If you were a repeat ticket, you had to put an R. If you didn't go out the day before or you're not being called back to the same job, you just didn't put nothing. Yeah, I remember my first day I went to some lawn care service. They didn't need me the next day, but I went to a warehouse. I was there for that warehouse for the whole 2 weeks. I loved it. They hired me in. My job was to unload 55-pound boxes of beef off of semi trucks. We would put them on pallets, so many on a pallet. It's like 5 high or something like that. We stack them in a certain slot. The meat man would come out there, and after that one truck was unloaded, he'd mark like 8 boxes of them, and you had to dig out that box that he wanted. He took it, thawed it, checked it, came back. Then he tells us if it was good or bad. If it was good, then we have to walk around the pallet stamping it USDA. If it wasn't no good, we shipped it back to the other warehouse and they did something else with it there. Yeah, I love that job. Best part about it, it was in a freezer. It was in a freezer because I loved it being cold because I was from the north. I didn't like them 100 degrees outside in the daytime. When I went to work, it was just starting to warm up. By the time I got off work, it was getting, cooled off. I was always in that freezer when it got to the hot points of the day. I did love that job. I'd take that job back any day. Okay, yeah, it's probably more. You never know. I mean, it's like I said, it's California. It's warm down there. I mean, if I'm in a warm climate, I could live in a tent or an RV or anything in between. A van. Give me a bed and a little refrigerator and a generator, and I could live in a van. You know, when you're single and you ain't got kids, you can do that kind of stuff. It's easy to do that. Like I said, I've told them young kids that are single and want something to do and don't know what to do and this and that. Join them carnivals. You get to see about 15, 16, 20 cities. Just look up the carnival name. They'll tell you when they're hiring. It's probably 10 or 15, 20 old men that all get together and they all decide to drive together and they go town to town, setting up the rides, setting up games, setting up the food stands. You meet new people that weekend. You make your money that weekend. You pack everything up, go to the next town. I know people like you guys have been to carnivals, right? You know what a carnival is. We used to Toledo. We used to get like two or three different carnivals come through there. Not counting the Lucas County Fair. Okay, never heard of that, but yeah, exactly. I mean, like my boys, they don't even know what a amusement park is. The only thing they've been close to is a carnival as an amusement park. I would love to take my boys to an amusement park. honestly, just to see what they would get on and what they wouldn't get on. That tells you, I don't know, how much balls they have, should I say. I mean, they did ride a couple of them at the amusement park. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. And them, yeah, them wooden rides all have to be took apart and redone. Or maybe it's time for the amusement park to get rid of the wood rides and get some new ones in. Wow. Yeah, that really sucks. That means a lot of stuff got destroyed. Yeah, I grew up around Cedar Point. Well, not near it. We are an hour away. But that was our amusement park growing up with Cedar Point. Loved it. Loved it. Probably went there 35, 40 times in my life. There was times that we would literally jump in the vehicle, go up there, and I had a friend of mine that lived up there. We put tents in his front yard, go to Cedar Point, stay all day. We got season passes. Go home, get up in that tent, go to sleep, wake up, and go right back to Cedar Point. Go to the spot that we stopped at and ride the rest of the rides. And if there was special ones, you got them on your way back out. Sunday night, drive home, and back to work Monday. Next weekend, do it again. Wasn't nothing to do. I think I paid something like 60 or $65 for a season pass. And I think we went like 10 or 12 times that year. Yeah. I mean, I wish I would have tried a couple other of the amusement parks before I got old and fat and lazy or whatever you want to call it nowadays, falling in bad health. Because I always did love amusement parks. Some people say Six Flags is pretty decent. I hear people talking about Dollywood. You know, you hear about a few places. And I sure would have liked to try them. Don't put me wrong. I ever got a chance to take my boys to Cedar Point, I would. But I think they're kind of outgrowing that. They never really got into it because I didn't take them a lot. We were scraping and scrounging for money, so I can't just go blow $200-300 at a carnival. It's like I got a lot of my kids' school pictures. These two here, growing up until they became junior high and high school, and then I started only getting here and there because they were expensive. They went from like $40 a year all the way up to $100 a year, and we couldn't afford it. That's $200 for both kids. But we got a few. We got their younger pictures. That's what counts in my book right now. Wife's getting out of church right now. Give her about another 25 minutes, half hour. She says she's going to stop at the store, get something hot. Yeah, I think once I remove all them weed signs behind me, I think I'm going to run a shelf down that. Put another shelf there somewhere. I don't care if I connect it to the wall or get another shelf like what's dead behind my head. But I want to put something there where I can put stuff on it. Maybe I'll put my wrestling men on them. I got plenty of them. Thinking about keeping some and just getting rid of the rest. I don't need a lot of them. I got a lot of different sizes. Any of you guys get into wrestling men? I mean, tell me who you like as a wrestler and I'll see if I got him. The only one I really probably wouldn't get rid of would be my Undertaker. I have three of them. Two of them, all three of them's different, but two of them is out of its package, collecting dirt and dust. And I have the Halloween one still in the box. I do have Andre the Giant. I didn't know they really came in all different sizes, but I found out they come in all different sizes. I think it was like different companies making them. Some of them don't say WWF or WWE. Some say WCW on them. I have like from 2 inch wrestlers all the way to like 8.5 inch wrestlers, and the 8.5 are the rubber ones. Woo! Dirtiest player in the game. Yeah, I like wrestling. I've got a few wrestling men. It's like I said, I'd have to have one whole room just to put my collection out. Yeah, he is a two-time Hall of Famer, exactly. Wasn't one for himself and the other one for the Four Horsemen. Yeah, he's up there in age. Yeah, been around a long time. Yeah, I think I got a Rowdy Piper up there. He was married 4 times. Well, he couldn't keep his wives happy, huh? He was doing something wrong. That's all I could say. Being married 4 times, he did something wrong. You would think he'd learn from the first mistake. Or did they all four divorce him because he was never home? Hell, that's what you should have known that is him being a wrestler. What's he do for a living? He travels. I can't remember if I got a Stone Cold or not up there. I had to pull them down one day and look at them all. I kind of want to get a shelf and put them all out. Put the biggest ones in the back and put the little ones towards the front. I know there's a couple of them that I got doubles of. Yes. Oh, yeah. I got three of them. All three different. My special Undertaker one is the Halloween one. It's still in the box. Never come out of the box. I am an Undertaker fan, so I won't be getting rid of them three. The Kurt Angle ones are worth money. I'll have to look and see if I have any of him. I mean, it's good for people that want to buy them for their kids to play with. Or if somebody like me, I like The Undertaker, so I collect The Undertaker ones. If you find somebody that likes, a certain wrestler, like my wife, she likes Shawn Michaels, John Cena. So if I get either one of them, she has already took it from me. I do have a Macho Man. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I think I got a Hitman heart too. Like I said, I got quite a few. I really do. Who's in the kitchen? Your ma should be home in about 15 minutes. She might need help. That was a dumb question. Who's in the kitchen? There's only one person in the house. I am getting ready to click on my 4 hours. Wow. 15 viewers, 25 thumbs up. So, what do y'all think? You think I should start a something that says "Buy Lake Alice"? I think that'd be a good idea. I want to buy Lake Alice. Or should I just post one that says "Help buy Vaughn, help buy Stinky's land"? Wonder if I get people to donate. Let's buy Stinky's land all together. Yeah, you let me come up with about $50,000. I'd walk in there and take every fucking thing he owns, and I'd fucking pay somebody to record it off. Exactly. Yep, the day before they're going to go out there to auction them off. Go in there and pay the property taxes off and take them before anybody else knows what happened. I should post gone fishing. Okay. I got to get the pond first. And why she called it Lake Alice, I don't know. I would have called it Pond. I don't know. Lake Alice sounds like it's a big place, but it's not. I can literally take my pole and throw it all the way across. Yep, I think I'm going to start that this week. I have to figure something out. Help buy Stinky's property. I don't know if I want it all, but if I don't try to take it all, then we won't get to see him get thrown out. So I want to try to take it all. And with Lake Alice being right next to Alice's house itself, I don't want him that close to me. So, hell, I might leave Lake Alice all alone and leave it like she is and pull them trailers out of there and put a new trailer there if I get about all the properties. Yep, I sure love to give Vaughn eviction notice. I sure would have. I'd love to walk out there and say, buddy, guess what? I now own it all. Get off. Property taxes are a bitch. And if he said I did this and I did that, he's probably right. I did this and I did that. Whatever, Vaughn. You don't pay your property taxes, they take you places. Have a family reunion on the lake. Yep. Now, I don't think well, it could, but we usually did it at Alice's house, the whole backyard. Yeah, we had like two or three family reunions there at Alice's house. The last ones I went to were at her house. They always made the porch where you come out the door. That was always where three tables would sit, and you had your all your food sitting out, all your plates and everything you needed, your drinks. Miss Alice always got a live band to come in and play. Of course, it was a Christian. There'd probably be about 30 or 40 of us there. But hell, that's been a while ago. Because all the older ones dropped off already. I mean, the last ones I remember, my Aunt Sophie was there. My Aunt Elsie was there. My Aunt Hazel was there. My grandfather was already gone. So that tells you it's been a few years since we had one. But a lot of us is all spread all over the United States, so it's kind of hard to get together. I think every family should have a family reunion every year. Maybe on their grandfather or their great grandfather or their great great grandfather's birthday, or do family reunion right on Christmas or Thanksgiving. That kills two birds with the same stone. I think of her all the time. She was the last of the Mohicans. From that side of my family, I have my uncle Little Jim and his kids. I have Ronnie Melvin's gone, so Ronnie Ray and his family, and all of Ronnie Melvin's kids. Yeah, he says his mom didn't love him. I think she did love him, honestly, but she just didn't like what he became. And she didn't know what to do about it. And I told her, well, it's kind of too late to do anything now. He's a growing man. You can't change an old dog. You can't teach an old dog a new trick. Kind of saying. He was already in his own ways, so she wasn't going to change him when he's 50 years old. She asked me one time, well, why can't he be like you? Because of the people that raised me. The people that raised you taught you respect and taught you stuff. Stinky was never taught nothing. That's my opinion. He wasn't taught nothing. Yep, so if y'all want to donate to me, just put it for buying Stinky out. We'll have one big hell of a party there. By Lake Alice. You too. I'm about ready to get off here, people. The wife is now home. She gave me a dirty look when she walked in, so I want to check in with her, see how she's doing. Y'all have a good day. Peace out.
Wait a minute. Just because I'm home doesn't mean you have to get off.
Okay, baby. Well, how'd church go?
Uh,
Okay, people. I'm back. Pop's getting everything's getting expensive, dear. Everything but our paychecks. Hi, Tom. Yeah, I mean, she says I don't have to get off if I don't want to. I don't know what I'm going to do if I get off. Probably play games.
just as long as you're not on at 10:30 at night.
She
Well,
says as long as I'm
11,
not on at
11.
11 tonight, she don't care. But I ain't been on at 11 o'clock in a long time.
Did you forget? Did you? Did Viola? Has she been on or?
I ain't even been on the phone, honey. I've been
Then
on
you
this
need to
since
ask
you
her about
left.
tomorrow.
I will bring it back to her attention
I
again.
gotta be there at 3.
I know. Yep, see, I'm being reminded to make sure she goes to see her dentist in the morning.
I'm not looking forward
Well,
to
3
what?
o'clock. She says she's not looking forward to it,
What?
but can I get something to drink?
Yeah, I reckon.
And not that coffee.
Uh-huh.
Give me a pop.
Ain't no coffee.
There ain't none cold. You just said I had 2.5 cases.
Hot.
Yeah, pop. Soda. That's what I want. How's Tom doing? Or did Tom just leave me? I still got 11 viewers, so I'm not doing bad. Yep, so I think I'm going to start looking for donations, people. Y'all want to donate to Buy Lake Alice? Please donate to me. Just make sure when you give me the money, you put down Buy Lake Alice. Yep, I think I'm going to. I'm going to probably have to try to outbid Uncle Jim, though,
Why?
because I think Uncle Jim wanted that property too. But he'll have to get over it. Honestly, I think I could probably talk him into letting me do it. Yeah, first thing I'd have to do is put a septic tank on the property. And then I'd have to have a trailer brought in and water lines ran up to it. Then you got electric going to it. Oh, you probably got to put what about 20,000 into it after you own the land, just to get something halfway decent. I mean, don't have to be no 10-bedroom home. It could be a 3-bedroom trailer. Yeah, I'd like to have it where I got a run ramp leaving my back porch, be able to take my wheelchair right up to the pond and throw my pole in. That's my dream. Have put up a little station up there next to the pond where when I catch one, I bait my pole, throw it back in, and while I'm waiting for another fish, you clean gut that one. Lay it in the cooler, get it ready to go home and be cooked. Unless they're biting one after another, and then you ain't going to have time to clean it. But you're only going to need to get 2 or 3 if you're cooking them for dinner. 4 or 5 if you're cooking for a family. If they like fish too. And it also matters what size fish too. I mean, me, I prefer like 3-pound catfish. I don't want them where they're real old and 50, 60-pound fish and getting a 12-pound slab of it. That's old stuff. I want some young, tender meat. Yeah, I watched Alice fill that pond up 3 times. Really four, but three. Three with catfish, one with bluegill. Yeah, I'd love to live on a, I don't know, like a lake, a river, somewhere I can just go out on my back porch and throw my fishing pole out. I like fish. Some people don't like to go fishing. I think it's just because they don't like putting the worm on the hook or using the other baits. They don't like the sliminess of the fish taking it off the hook. Sometimes people don't like it because they go at the wrong time of the year and they don't catch nothing. First thing about fishing, you got to learn when they're around. You got to learn what fish is where, and there's a lot of different things to fishing. It ain't like you just going to go down there and catch it. Oh, I know, Gregory. Ain't nothing none of us can do about it, though. I'm doing what I can do. I'm going to start begging for money and start a fund me where it says donate to me buying Lake Alice. See if I can get enough money up to buy him out. Or do I just go and put, let's put Stinky out fund, and everybody that wants me to buy all the properties just donate to me and I'll buy them all if I get my hands on them. I knew it was going to happen. Been saying it all along. Hey, is that my first right video? Yeah, I was right. Hey, Stinky, I was right. Just a matter of time. You're going to lose it all. And I feel sorry for him because I'm telling you, if I had five properties, I sure in the hell would have them all fixed up. I would have them all rented out, and I would be collecting that money. He literally could rent all four of them out, live in one, pay his bills, and still take care of property taxes and all his own bills, and still have play money if he did it right. He's too dumb to do it right. He don't know how to do it. For real estate law, he don't even know how to take care of places. Yeah, he's just as dumb as a box of rocks, people. Thinks he knows it all and don't know shit. You know, if Stinky would have stuck around his mom's house, went in there and sat down and just shut his fucking mouth and listened to his mother, he might have learned a lot. Because I'm going to tell you, me being around her for however many years it was, I learned a lot about the woman. I heard a lot about the woman. I seen a lot about the woman. And I was only here, what, 10 years? Maybe more than that, 12 maybe? Well, you figure I moved down here in '09. Yeah, I lived on Benny Matt Baker to Rocky Branch to 421 to Quillen Road, then the Greyhound, and now to here. So I have moved a few places in the 10 years I've been here, or 12, or whatever it's been. Hell, it's been longer than that. Larry was starting kitty garden when I moved here. He's in his fourth year of college. So we've been here a while. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be, and that's stupid, Gregory. I don't believe that. And I want to know what he's been doing with the rent money for the last couple of months that he's been collecting. I know he's been getting at least 300 a month since I moved out because my brother-in-law rented it. And then he rented his out as soon as he got moved over into his mother's. There was just probably, I'm going to say, just over 33,000 when he got it back. What did he do with all that money? Well, there might not have been that much. I'd really have to ask Millie on that. Because thinking about it, I know she did pay the house taxes and house insurance and all that month. So, and that was like five something for insurance on all the properties. Yeah, as a homeowner, there's two things you worry about. Property taxes is definitely the number one. Two is keeping it up. If you don't keep it up, you're not going to get the money coming in. You don't get the money coming in, your taxes ain't going to get paid. Like I said, four homes. He should be able to rent all four of them out, pay the property taxes, pay the house insurance, and still be able to pay his bills and still have money left if he does it right. But that don't mean no styrofoam airplanes. That don't mean going out and buying double fish sandwiches. Here comes the rain again. It rained all day yesterday and it just started now. At least it waited for my wife to get home. Huh, baby?
Mhm.
I forgot who it was. Somebody said good morning to you or hi to you earlier as you left for church. And I told her you just left. I say, what was that?
The light fell.
What light?
That central light thing.
It's right there.
No, I mean the Bible.
It's right there. I'm looking at both of them.
Okay.
Oh. I know what I think you're talking about now. Sorry, people. I had to open the window a little bit and get some of that rainy, fresh air coming in. Yeah, exactly, Gregory. I don't know why my picture just went out in and out twice. That did you guys get a blink on me? Did I just go in and out on you guys? Or was it just me? 14 viewers, 27 thumbs up. So I've had 27 people here today. That's pretty good. 4.5 hours. Surprised I ain't seen Todd on today. So, I'll repeat it again. Maybe some of you can send this little clipping out for me. I wouldn't mind doing a show with Mrs. Parker about whatever. I wouldn't mind doing one with Dragnut. Love to join one of their shows and get into their topics. I might look like a stupid idiot there, but I'm sorry. But I like to, say hi and thanks for, trying to help for Analysis funeral. Well, the closest one to him, there's one down there on Route 11. Right? Well, hell, yeah, that'd be the closest one. Because I don't think the principal's going to let him crawl up under his. The principal's got one out in his front yard. But I think the principal will shoot him once he walks on his property. Everybody's seen how he treated his mother down here. There's not too many people down here that like him. I grew up, you respected your elders. Definitely your parents, definitely your great grandparents. And that ain't a nice bridge, that's just a concrete slab there, Gregory, for them to drive their car over to get onto their other side of the creek. And it floods out at least once or twice a year. A real bridge? No, there's no real bridges around here. Might be able to get back in the Daniel Forest in the woods and get in a cave. Play the caveman days. I know a couple people that did that. But Vaughn wouldn't be able to survive that way. If he can't plug his computer in, he's in trouble. That's the only bill his mother would not pay for him. That was the only bill his mother would not pay. She paid his light bill. She paid the water bill. She paid the lawn care service. She paid the cleaning bill. Only bill she would not pay for was the phone, cable, internet. There's one bill she refused to pay. Said he didn't need the internet. Once they got the kids, I kind of told her they could use it because of the kids and cartoons. Do you want me to tell you what property that is, Gregory? Go back to where he was throwing his airplane, and he's throwing it towards a little white church. You see that when he looked through the field? There's a little white church over there. That there's 1 acre that sits right dead behind it. That's the property they're talking about. You could literally put a place there and be able to look right where Vaughn is doing his live videos from, because that spot looks right at his mom's bedroom window, right across the field. She always called it the back of the house. It's the front of the house. Yeah, you can put a camper there. Yeah, you can put anything there, really. You literally could put anything there you wanted to. And tell you the truth, Gregory, it has a septic tank. Used to have a house that sat there. There's a concrete slab back there. So something has sat there before.
161.
I don't know if it was a house or a trailer, but something's been there. 161 is 3. Um, I don't know if there might be a well. It might also be city water too. I don't know. I mean, they got city water that runs back that far. And there is a creek that runs right there too. The creek runs beside that back wall of the church, and it goes up that around that hill there. And there's that brick home that's right next door to the other side of the creek. And I know that brick home has regular water, city water, because that used to be Alice's too. But she sold that a few years bit before that. That's the one I'm upset at right there. That's the house I'm upset about. I mean, Miss Alice might have been nice and all, but she was a businesswoman. She was trying to think that she didn't know what she wanted. Because I did try to buy a house from Alice once. That one. It's on free natural gas. It was a 3 bedroom, 2 bath, nice sized living room, dining room, kitchen, wood fireplace, gas fireplace. Had 100 acres or so with it. She wanted to sell it. She wanted cold hard cash though. She didn't want payments or nothing. I offered her payments. I offered her 5 a month for the next 15 years. She ended up letting her daughter move in it, ruined it. Somebody else moved in it, ruined it. Someone else moved in, ruined it. She left it empty for about, I don't know, 5, 6 months and sold it and never got what she wanted for it. What she got for it, I could have had her paid off within 7.5, 8 years of what she originally took for it. I couldn't believe it. And I told her about it too. I would have loved to have that brick home. It had a garage out by the road that I could pull a semi truck in. Not the whole truck, but at least the cab and all. I could have turned it into some kind of garage. Well, personally, I don't know exactly what he can do right now, Gregory. Because you got to remember, it's in Alice's name, it's in the estate's name. So I don't know what they're going to do about it because I think they're going to take it, or if he goes in there and pays it, they'll probably, stop it until the next payment's due. But I don't think if you don't go in there and pay it, I think they're just going to step in and take it and they'll auction them off. I mean, I wish Mountain Mama was on here. She'd tell you the same thing. And she lives in the same county as Stinky Von Hilton because they got a notice about their taxes. Certain parts of it wasn't being paid. So Mountain Mama or Mountain Daddy went down there and took care of it all. Mountain Mama and her old man there's got about 250 acres. 90% of it all trees, woods, and hill. He's got a couple open patches that they can put places in. They're doing good. I mean, I see them once in a while. I talk to them once in a while. They try out different animals, checking them out. They did chickens, they did pigs. I think they said something about trying to do milking goats next. I noticed they still got a couple of pigs, but I think she's got them so friendlied up she ain't gonna be slaughtering them. Me personally, I would have got them for slaughtering. If I'm gonna have a pig, I'm gonna slaughter it for dinner and breakfast and any other meal I want to make it for. Same thing with the chicken. If I have a chicken, it better be laying eggs or it's dinner. We did that before. We've had chickens. We've had over 100 at one time. A lot of work, especially in the wintertime. Ask the wife.
I don't want
She,
to do that again
did you hear her? I don't want to do that again.
if I don't have to.
Dead of winter. Got to go out there and make sure they got water to drink, food to eat. Got to make sure they got a nice warm spot. I never did no hatchlings. I never, got a couple males and laid the eggs and let them hatch them. Never tried that. Should have. Well, they're easy, but you kind of dead of wintertime. Nobody wants to get out in that ice and snow and rain, and I think if you live, it matters like the climax or the where you live.
I would say something. I have nothing.
I mean, like my stepdad, he was like for a while he'd go to these auctions and he had a nice little farm home. He had like 3 or 4 acres there and a barn, couple stalls in it.
Wait,
He went over to the auction and bought some cows. He bought 6 cows, $40 a piece.
you
Fully
keep like
grown,
that.
he sold
Stop
them at
that.
$2,000 a piece. Yeah, it took him a year to get them fully grown, but I think he made his money. He said he sold 5 of them and put one in the freezer. So he made his money. He made the money to have it slaughtered, good, packaged, and everything, and put one in the freezer for himself. Good deal. I'd like to do that every year myself. Well, I mean, maybe a dozen of chickens would be kind of easier than 100. We were getting 3 and 4 and 5 dozen of eggs in one day. We couldn't give the eggs away quick enough. And the more chickens, the more food you gotta have. If you got, I don't know, you got a family of four, you figure you can eat what? You guys eat breakfast every day, 6 eggs, 8 eggs a day. Get yourself 8 chickens, and hopefully all 8 of them lay eggs every day. You just go out there and pick up breakfast. While the wife's sitting there frying your potatoes and getting your sausage or bacon ready, you walk out there, grab the eggs, bring them in, wash them off, and give them to the wife to fry them up. Nothing like a fresh egg every day. Yeah, you got to have a hayfield for cows, or know a neighbor that has hay fields that you can get from pretty cheap. Yeah, I almost got me a cow about 2 years ago, the hard way. On my way home, doing about 35, 40 miles an hour, come around that corner and here sat a big old black cow right dead in the front of the road. I locked him up and stopped right in front of him. Waited a minute, he never moved, so I went around him. Went home and called a couple different people to tell them, hey, I think your guys' cow's out. He almost became my dinner. And it was a black cow, so I think I would have loved eating that. I think they call that Angus.
Ah,
That, that was awful sudden enough. Got awful quiet, quit raining, and all of a sudden it just downpoured on us.
oh yeah, we
Yeah,
got
my stepdad, he didn't have a hayfield when he got them 6 cows. He got it from his neighbors.
no, I'm the only girl that's in this house right now. I'm the only girl that's in here right now. All of them are boys in there. The girls are outside.
Okay, honey.
If they ever come in.
Yeah, we did chickens over on Quillen Road. We had a lot of land over there. We did a garden over there too, and we couldn't keep the animals out of it. Starting the deer. The deer ate 95% of my corn on the cob. The bugs got the tomato plants. The bugs got the Brussels sprouts. I think the Brussels sprouts had a lot to do with me too. I found out something about Brussels sprouts this year. I didn't know. Brussels sprout is a plant that you start in the middle of August. Brussels sprouts don't need a lot of sunlight. They like a lot of moisture. So, like right now is the best time to put them in, and they'll be ready pretty quickly. They don't take long. Yeah, usually most of the country folks know each other. You're living out on a farm somewhere, you know your next door neighbors. And they all usually one of them do something. It's like I like to get to know my neighbors and find out who grows what and who does what. Like I know that lady over there on Greyhound, where we used to live at. She usually puts a lot of corn in, and they don't use that much corn.
You mean,
So every year, about the time corn comes in, I'll be contacting her. You know what I mean?
Rachel?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What, honey?
Rachel?
Yeah, Rachel. We'll contact her and buy some ears of corn from her. She tries to give them to you, but I like to, at least give her something for it. At least a little bit of money to get her some more seeds next year.
Does it rain coming in the house?
No,
Well, it's happened to the front door. I mean, it's not coming through now, but it's not raining so hard.
I know one that had chick chickens and gave away eggs. I did for a while, Gregory. Me and all my neighbors, buddy, did not need eggs. We even set about on the corner trying to get rid of them at one time.
Nothing.
Started $1 a dozen and then went down to free, please take, before they go bad on me. Well, Mountain Mama wants to go goats, but she said something about milking goats. So I don't know the difference, Gregory. But I know when they did the pigs, pigs are okay, but they were doing house pet pigs, potbelly pigs. Them are the little smaller ones. Me, I wanted, if I'm going to do a pig, I want a couple big pigs. I want them bad boys 800 to 1,000 pounders. I want it when he gets slaughtered, he's got enough meat in my freezer for the whole year. I shouldn't need pork for the whole year slaughtering one of them. You slaughter a cow, you should not need no meat for a year. But it also goes by the size of your family. You, your wife, and 4 or 5 kids, yeah, you're going to go through it pretty quickly. Just you and your wife, it'll last you a year, then some. Yeah. Yeah, just let them run the land, huh? Put barbed wire fence where you want them to stay in. Let him eat off the land. He's got 200 and something acres there, easy. And I think it's like 190 on one side of the road and like 130 or something on the other side. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but he owns both sides. Well, he don't. In the will, it says the 7 grandchildren. Well, three of them are living on the property right now, and only one of them's paying the taxes. So we know who's going to end up with it all. I don't think I've ever tried it, Gregory, to be honest with you. Yeah, to me, an animal, they're one or two things. One, they're food. Two, they got to make me money somehow for me to have them. Oh, I don't think it's going to go 2 years, Gregory. You might be close to 2 years, but I give it April 2025, because that means the 2023 and the 2024 taxes are both due. That means he is 2 years behind. Horses are beautiful animals if you like to ride, but you don't want a horse that you can't spend a lot of time with, that you don't use every day. It's a work animal. You want to use that when got 100 cows and you want to move them from pen to pen or whatever. I mean, but yeah, they ain't really no good besides helping move the herds. It's like I was gonna say. I mean, getting a set of dogs that are AKC purebred dogs, paying good money for both of them and breeding them and making money. My stepdad and mom did it. They did it with the Doberman Pinschers, and they did it with the English Bulldogs. I mean, there's certain animals that will sell for money, and there's certain animals that don't. Yeah, they don't put food on the table, and they cost you money. Yeah. Jim and Millie had some horses. They got rid of them. One, because Jim got thrown off it and we didn't want him to get hurt. And two, because they're expensive to take care of when you don't need them for nothing. Jim got rid of the horses and bought himself a tractor, which he could use a tractor. Him and Millie. Used to put a nice, well, I gotta say him too, because he'd take the tractor and he'd go back there and route up the ground or whatever they call it, getting it ready for a garden for her. He'd go out there and get the ground ready, and she'd go out there and put the garden in. When everything was ready, she'd go out there and start pulling it, putting it all in jars, can't jarring it all up. There are people out there nowadays that still do that. Them are the kind of people I like to get to know and see what they're growing this year. You know what I mean? I'd like to help them if they, got extra. Yeah, to me, Gregory, that's what it's all about, putting food on the table. I'm a boy. I like to eat. My worries in life was to pay my bills and make sure I got something to eat and drink every day. And I'm good. Can't believe it. Been on here 5 hours, still smoking on the same breakfast. Means I don't have to hit it every 2 seconds. Hit it a couple times, sit and talk with you. Way to wake up in the morning on a Sunday for the Big Larry Show. So if y'all want to donate money, my Cash App card is out there. It's easy to find it. You guys are welcome to donate it. Just put to buy Lake Alice. Now I'm going to take donations. If we can get enough to buy it, we'll buy it. If not, hell, I'll give you your money back. Well, I mean, I don't really know how far bad he really is at the moment, people. I mean, when's the last time his light bill got paid? When's the last time the internet got paid? Or phone, whichever you call it. I don't understand why it's costing him $250 for cable, internet, and phone. That's an awful lot of money. I spent $100 and I have a telephone and I have internet. I do not have cable. Anything that's on cable,